Good morning, everyone. We're on the record. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571(c) of the Open Meetings Act (OMA), I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Cato, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Edward Grandis present. I'm working on my video. It seems to be off. I'll be rebooting. Thank you.
The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 6 cases on this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for our IT specialist to elevate the right for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first case this morning is a protest hearing status, case number 23 PRO 00074, Hell's Kitchen, license number 121424. This case has been canceled due to submission of a settlement agreement for the board's review and approval. The next case on our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00054, El Canale, license number 83707. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good morning. Good morning. 1 second. Okay. Stephen O'Brien, your access has been elevated. John Uhar, your access has been elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Huar, do you have a camera you can turn on, sir? Mr. Huar. Mr. Huar, can you respond?
I just sent him an invitation to unmute.
Thank you. And I see he's on my screen twice.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Huar. I see it appears you're on the
It's
screen.
actually Uhar, John Uhar.
Hold on a minute, sir. I can see the sunlight in the back. All right, fine. Good morning, everyone. I guess that's better. Good morning, everyone. This is this case is actually, let me have the parties introduce themselves for the record. Start with you, Mr. O'Brien.
Stephen O'Brien for the renewal applicant,
Can you please spell your name for the record, Mr. O'Brien?
STEPHENO''BRIEN.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Huar, can you
Uhar.
please?
Uhar.
Sir, all right, sir, I apologize, sir. Can you just spell and state your name for the record, sir, for me?
John, John, Uhar, UHAR.
Mr. Uhar, sir. Okay. All right. This is actually a remand from the board had issued. The board had issued a decision, and it was appealed, I assume, by the protestant. It went to the Court of Appeal. There was a remand that was issued on a unique issue. The board issued an order requesting certain responses from the parties. And so let me ask a question, at least from your perspective, Mr. O'Brien, are there any preliminary issues that needs to be brought to the attention of the board this morning?
Just a housekeeping matter, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
I
sir.
believe when you called the case, you referenced it as a 22 case. I believe we're actually before the board on remand from the Court of Appeals on the 2019 case.
The case that's on the case that's on my calendar to call is application is case number 22 PRO 00054. And so I can let me see. And the order, you are correct, because the order, the case numbers is 19 PRO 00033. So and let me get some clarification from our legal office. What case? Because the case that's on the calendar that I'm calling is case number 22 PRO 00054. That is the case that's on the calendar. But you are correct that the remand is 19 PRO 00033. So let me so let me get some clarification what case it is that what case is case number 22 PRO 00054.
Yeah, but that's the sound.
Mr. UR, can you please mute your line, sir? I can hear your conversation. So if you're not addressing the board, please mute your line, sir. Just press the mute button on your phone, sir. Thank you.
Is Mr. Uhar stationary?
Well, he's not driving a car, so I'll ask, sir, if are you able to be in a stationary place, sir? Because we're here on camera, you're moving, and so it's somewhat distracting. So are you able to be in a stable environment for you to testify, for you to present your case, sir? And that this is for you, Mr. Uhar. Thank you, sir. I need you to be in a stationary environment, sir. Thank you. All right, I need to make a correction to the calendar because our published calendar today has case number 22 PRO 00054 El Canale, which is application to renew a license. But this hearing that we are calling today, so I just want to clarify the record, and I want to clarify the published calendar. It's for case number 19 PRO 00033, which is the same El Canale, license number 83707. All right, so the calendar is corrected that the case we're calling today on our calendar is case number 19 PRO 00033. So that's the case that this hearing is about. All right, so then Mr. O'Brien, do you have any preliminary matters that you need to bring to the attention of the board?
Mr. Chair, mediation occurred last Tuesday. I think that was the, I guess the 12th. No, I'm sorry, I've got the dates wrong. It occurred a week ago yesterday. It was unsuccessful. Mr. Uhar and I talked later in the week, and Mr. Uhar mentioned during that conversation that he had filed that day, and I'll let Mr. Uhar elaborate, an appeal to the DC Court of Appeals. That's what I understood Mr. Uhar to be saying. I don't know how that impacts, I don't know the details of that. I'm not sure what the appeal is from, but I don't know how that impacts our ability to proceed in this case.
Mr. Uhar, can you, from your perspective, are there any preliminary matters in this case that needs to be? I know that this case, as I stated before, was a remand from the Court of Appeals. The board issued a board order based on the remand and requesting the parties to do some filings with the board regarding this case. So tell me where we are if you have any preliminary matters, sir.
Yes, I think Mr. O'Brien is correct in that I did file for an appeal of your order, which I found inconsistent with the findings of the DC Court of Appeals. And I filed it timely. I was given misinformation by Ms. Fashball in your legal department again. And so I spent all day Friday trying to get to a place, and I finally posted it, and I sent you guys the evidence this morning, my receipt from FedEx to the DC Court of Appeals. And I also sent Ms. Fashball and Mr. Berman copies of the appeal. So yeah, I don't know why we're here today until we get more clarification from the Court of Appeals.
But Mr. Uhar, when cases are filed, when cases are appealed, it's not served. You file a case in the Court of Appeals, you serve a copy to the defendant, and then we will get a copy because this agency is not the agency that defends ourselves in court. So we will get notice from the Attorney General's office about the appeal, because the Attorney General's office is a person who is an entity that files that responds to appeal. And Ms. Foshbaum is not in our legal office, so I'm not quite, and Ms. Foshbaum is not authorized to give legal opinion to anyone.
No, it was an administrative task. It wasn't. It's not legal opinion. It's an administrative task. But that's all beside the point. The point is, I asked for and I timely filed for an appeal of your burdensome and limiting and obstruction of justice in my mind.
Well, based on what I'm hearing Mr. O'Brien say this morning, he's not aware of an appeal. We have not received an order from the Court of Appeals. It's my understanding that this agency, we have not received an order from the Court of Appeals informing us that we need to put a hold on this case until it has issued an order. So as far as the agency is concerned, sir, we're moving forward with this case until and unless we receive an order from the Court of Appeals pursuant to your appeal, instructing us that we need to stop to put a pause in this case until such time as it has issued a decision. All right, so where we are today, and I guess I just have clarification. I'm not aware if the parties have responded to, well, you have not, is it, Mr. Hewall, is correct that you have not filed any response to our agency to pursuant to our order? You went directly to the Court of Appeals to
No,
appeal our order. Is that
no,
correct, sir?
sir. Earlier
I'm-
this morning, I filed the documents that you required to satisfy this court order because I knew I wouldn't get any special favors. And so what you have in your legal department and what Mr. O'Brien have are 5 complaints that need to be addressed and responded to within 90 days, and they've been over years. And these are complaints of a criminal nature. These are not, you know, these are not the character issues that we had to go on with before under hate. And now, under your Charcoal Town decision, I think you have no choice but to cease all alcohol sales there. He can have a restaurant, but he can't serve alcohol given those tier 1 violations.
If you file something this morning today, the board, sir, is in no position to respond to what was filed today. So if something was filed today, then Mr. O'Brien has he has an opportunity to make his own filing in response to whatever was filed. Yes, Mr. O'Brien.
I don't see any email this morning from Mr. Uhar.
So Mr. O'Brien has stated that he has not received a copy of your filing, whatever filing that you said that you made to the board today. Mr. O'Brien stated.
Yeah. You know, I had Mr. O'Brien. Those are the same complaints I sent you last week. But I will resend them today. When I'm done here, I'll forward everything I sent to the legal office, Ms. Jenkins, and the Attorney General, and I'll send everything to you as well.
That's fine, Mr. Chair. Mr. Uhar is a layman, so he may not know that anything at this point that he files with the board or with the Court of Appeals, he's required to copy me on.
Understood.
So anyway, all right. So where we are, sir, is that we are proceeding with this protest hearing until such time as we receive an order from the Court of Appeals informing us that we have to delay this case until it has issued its order. All right, so
I still don't understand why you're classifying a complaint as a protest and why you don't enforce. You told me in 2019 you had no police power, and then in 2022 you come and crack down on Charcoal Town down the street. So I'm really at a loss. I don't know what you're trying to accomplish here with ABCA and the board in condoning the submission of false documents to multiple agencies.
Mr. Uhar, I have no idea what you're talking about, sir. This case today, case number 19PRO 00033, was a renewal application for the 2019 renewal. The board issued a determination. You appeal the board's order. The court remanded our decision on a discrete issue.
It wasn't a discrete issue. You said
Mr.
that
Mr. Mr. Mr.
press
Mr. U-Haul, Mr.
you
Mr.
did not
Mr.
give me
Mr. U-Haul, Mr. U-Haul, I am speaking, sir. And this is not an argument, sir. I'm stating to you what my position is, and you have stated what your position is, and I'm stating where this case is, sir, okay? You can fight whatever arguments that you have, sir. You can fight that in the Court of Appeals. But what I'm trying to say to you, from our position, the Court of Appeals remanded, in our view, remanded this case back to us on a discrete issue. And so that's why we're here today. And so we're moving forward with this case today until such time as the Court of Appeals has instructed us that we have to pause this case until it has issued its decision. So for this case, the protest hearing is scheduled for November 15th at 1:30 p.m. That is when the protest hearing for this case is scheduled, November 15th at 1:30 p.m. We will move forward with a protest hearing on November 15th at 1:30 unless we have been instructed by the Court of Appeals that we need to stay our decision until it has made a ruling on whatever appeal that you said that you have filed, sir. As I stated before, when you file an appeal, it goes through the Court of Appeals, and it goes to the Court of Appeals. The Office of the Attorney General is the office that will argue the cases. They will advise us of your filing of an appeal and what decisions the court has made regarding your appeal. So until and unless we receive instructions from the Court of Appeals on the next step in this case, we have to move forward with this protest hearing, sir. Okay? And as I stated before, the protest hearing is scheduled for November 15th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. Any questions by anyone regarding? Yes, Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Chair, the order that the board's order on remand, which I understand Mr. Uhar responded to this morning, is in the nature of what trial lawyers will call a bill of particulars, asking Mr. Uhar to specify the details of false misrepresentations. I would suggest that we leave the November 15th hearing in place, the protest hearing in place, but that we continue the status hearing until next week, October 25, for two reasons. One, so that the board and the licensee can evaluate Mr. Uhar's responses and determine if they comply with the board's order. And number two, that week would give Mr. Uhar an opportunity to address the issue of the Court of Appeals action or inaction in response to his filing of an appeal. I think we'd be in a better position a week from now to see where we are than we are this morning.
Is that something that you want to do, Mr. Uhar?
It's acceptable.
All right, so the parties are asking us to postpone the protest hearing status for this case, case number 19 PRO 00033 for 1 week. And so we will advise the legal office. Yes, what did you say, Mr. O'Brien?
I wanted to add, just this morning, the adjudicative staff moved one of my hearings next week to 1:30 in the afternoon. So I would request that the status hearing be continued till October 25th at 1:30.
Well, as I stated to you, I don't know what is going on currently, Mr. O'Brien, regarding our schedule and what is being moved. but all I'm going to do is to add alert our legal office that we will postpone this case for 1 week. And so the legal office will advise the parties of the times for the hearing next week. Okay? So we'll postpone the status hearing for case number 22 PRO 00033.
19.
I'm sorry, case number 19 PRO 00033. We'll look at the calendar and we'll postpone it at least for 1 week, but that will give the parties an opportunity to speak, and we will consult with the parties regarding what time this matter will be scheduled if we're able to accommodate this next week. But we will also take in consideration, sir. You stated that another case of yours has been postponed to the afternoon, and so if we can accommodate that schedule, we will accommodate it for the afternoon also.
Thank
Okay,
you very much.
but our legal office will be in contact with both you and Mr. Uhar by close of business, at least by tomorrow, what the date will be for this the postponement of the status hearing. Okay.
But just to put a fine point on it, meanwhile, the November 15th protest hearing remains on the calendar.
Yes, November 15th at 1:30. And as I said, if the parties I know had mediation, if the parties want to settle this matter for this to go away, the parties are open to discuss settlement, and this matter will go away. If not, we will move forward until we have been provided instructions by the Court of Appeals that we cannot move forward. Any questions?
Yes.
Yes,
I-
Mr. Yu.
What I sent, the 5 complaints that Mr. O'Brien didn't get, I thought I'll go back and check, but I'm pretty sure because I filed those with your legal department this morning. So I'll go back and check just to preserve any rights I might have in case this my appeal is thrown out for a technicality. But I did submit the documents that you wanted. It's all exhibits that address the times and the crimes and all that good stuff. So.
And all that we spoke about this morning, sir, is that you were supposed to serve a copy of those documents on Mr. O'Brien. So whenever you file a document with our agency, you must send a copy
But
of
not a
that same
complaint.
document to the other side.
But not for a complaint. And these are ongoing violations. I mean, I'm burdened by complaints that are that you're not enforcing. I mean, I couldn't get to my backyard last year, and I send you guys all the information, and you do nothing.
But there's a different. There's a difference.
And you're sitting there you're sitting there, and you have fraudulent documents relating to chain of title for the settlement agreements, and you just think that you don't have to do anything, and you are officers of the court. You have to uphold the law.
Mr. Uhar, I have no idea what you're speaking about, and basically what Mr. Uhar, this is a preliminary hearing, a status hearing, and these are allegations that you are making, and we can all make allegations, but they do not become factual.
My original case was
Mr. Uhar, I've asked you before, sir. Can you remain stationary, sir, in speaking to us, sir? Can you please remain in a stationary position when you're having this conversation, sir?
I am so irate that you don't enforce the law.
Mr. Uhar, I have no idea what is it that you are speaking about, because we're here in a preliminary status hearing for a renewal of a 2019 event. That is what we're here today, sir.
Where you did not rebut.
Sir, this is not a back and forth. So I've stated where we are. We're postponing this case for 1 week, and we will get back to you, the parties, what time this matter will be scheduled for, if it's been scheduled, the show cause, the protest hearing status. In the interim, what I've asked you to do, sir, is that you need to, whatever it is that you stated that you filed with the agency this morning in response to our board order, you are required to serve a copy on Mr. O'Brien, sir.
I
Okay?
understand.
All right. Okay. So this matter is that we've now concluded this matter, and we will postpone this matter for a week. Okay?
Yep.
Thank you very much. Have a great day. The next case in our calendar is case number 23PRO00076, Little Chicken, license number 125376. This hearing is canceled due to submission of a settlement agreement for the board's review and approval. The next case in our calendar is case number 22CMP00084, Flash Catering, license number 105774. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee in this case, please?
Good morning. Anthony Cello, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
Mr. Mixon is on the line. Please elevate Mr. Mixon, sir.
Cameron Mixon, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Cello. Can you please identify yourself for the record by spelling and stating your name?
Assistant Attorney General Anthony Cello on behalf of the district, ANTHONYCELO.
Good morning, Mr. Cello. Mr. Mixon, can you please identify yourself for the record by spelling and stating your name?
Cameron Mixon with the Veritas Law Firm, counsel to Flash Catering, CAMERONMIXON.
Mixon. Mr. Cello, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, I would just note that the parties are engaged in settlement conversations, so they have been in communication.
All right, thank you, sir. This matter is scheduled then for a show cause hearing on November 1st at 10:30 a.m. Just want to remind the parties that 7 days before the hearing, both parties are required to disclose documents and witnesses, exchange documents and witnesses. Those documents and witnesses must be provided to the agency and to the other party. Failure by either side to disclose the documents and witnesses 7 days before the hearing, the board is empowered to prevent them from relying on those documents and or witnesses unless reasonable cause has been provided to the agency. Any questions by anyone?
At this time.
All right, thank you, sir. Have a great day, and have a great day. See you on the November 1st at 10:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next case on our calendar is case number 23CMP00056, Bluestone Lane, license number 114952. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please?
Matt Menora, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Good morning. Mr. Cello, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Assistant Attorney General Anthony Cello, ANTHONYCELO on behalf of the district.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Menora, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Sure. Matthew Menora, MATTHEW, from the law firm of Malleus O'Brien and Sandground. We're ABC licensed counsel for the licensee.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Cello, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, Mr. Chair, only to note that the parties are in negotiations and we do expect this matter will be able to be settled.
All right, if this matter is not settled, it's scheduled for a show cause hearing on November 1st at 1:30 p.m. I want to advise the parties that 7 days before the hearing, you are required to disclose documents and witnesses. Failure by either side to disclose the documents and witnesses 7 days before the hearing to the other side and to the agency, if unless reasonable cause is shown, the board is empowered to prevent that party from relying on those documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed. Any questions?
No.
None from the government.
All right, thank you very much. Have a great
Thank you.
day.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. The next case in our calendar is case number 23CC 00012, Sammy's Liquors, license number 108222. Good morning again, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the government, the licensee, and whatever witnesses that the parties might have in this case?
Sure. Max Xian, your access has been elevated. Alicia Hagenmiller, your access has been elevated. Investigator Mark Ruiz, your access has been elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman.
All right, let me see. All right, good morning, everyone. Miss Hagenmiller, good morning. You have not appeared before me before. So good morning. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Good morning, Chairperson. Assistant Attorney General Alicia Hogemiller on behalf of the district, ALYCIAHOGENMILLER.
Good morning, ma'am. And Mr. Sheehan, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this case?
Yes, sir. My name is Maxim Shyan, MAKSYM, last name Shyan, SHYYAN, and I am the managing partner of Sammy Liquor LLC. And if I may, we should have, and apologies if I didn't introduce this name before, Ms. Janice Lewis should be in the waiting room as well, if we could elevate her rights. She is the employee and she is the actual person that was involved in the incident.
All right, she has been elevated.
Thank you.
All right, so Miss Lewis, are you there? Mr. Oriana, can you please make sure that? Miss Lewis, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Janice Lewis. That's JANIS. Last name LEWIS.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You're not on camera, but if you're going to testify later on in this case, I would appreciate if you were able to turn your camera on if you have that ability. But that's not something that I need right now. But if this matter goes to a hearing, and if you're going to testify, I prefer that if I can see the person who's testifying. So we'll approach that later on. Mr. Ruiz, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, Advocate Investigator Mark Ruiz, MARKRUIZ.
Are there any preliminary, Ms. Hagenmiller, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, the district would object to Ms. Lewis testifying because she was not disclosed to the district as a potential witness 1 week before the hearing.
Mr. Sheehan, do you plan to call Ms. Lewis as a witness?
Yeah, to be honest with you, the goal for Ms. Lewis being here, as I mentioned earlier, she was involved in the incident of selling to a minor, and we just wanted to hear her comments on it.
But there is an objection raised, and the objection that was raised is that you were advised at the show cause hearing status that if you are going to call, if you're going to rely on documents and in witnesses, you need to have disclosed those documents and witnesses 7 days before the hearing. So why did you not disclose this witness to the government and to Did you disclose, did you do a PIP where, did you disclose your documents and witnesses to the government 7 days before the hearing?
Yes, so my apologies. Maybe it was mentioned on the call. I think it was September 20th, the status hearing that I have to disclose. To be honest with you, I don't recall that. But Ms. Janice Lewis is not a new person. If I may provide one comment, that her testimony of what transpired on the day of the offense, of written testimony signed by Ms. Lewis, was provided to Ms. Hagen-Miller via email during the negotiating period. So again, I don't know if this violates me not disclosing her name, but I think Ms. Hagen-Miller is well aware of who Ms. Lewis is because her testimony was submitted to them via email.
All right, I'm gonna not make a ruling at this juncture, Ms. Hagen-Miller. One, I know that the way these cases goes is that the government will go first. And once the government has presented this case, then the licensee will have an opportunity to present his case by calling witnesses. If Mr. Sheehan decides to call her as a witness, then you can raise your motion at that time, and the board will ask for further arguments, and then we will make a decision. Okay. All right. Wasn't that this? All right. All right. So this is a show cause hearing, and this is a procedure for show cause hearing. The government goes first. The government will have an opportunity to make an opening statement. After the government makes its opening statement, you, Mr. Sheehan, will have an opportunity to make an opening statement. You, however, can reserve your right to make an opening statement after the government has presented its case. So after the government the government will call a witness. You'll have an opportunity to cross-examine the government's witness. The board, after you have had an opportunity to cross-examine the government's witness, then the board will cross-examine the government's witness. The board will ask questions of the government's witness. After the board has had an opportunity to ask questions of the government's witness, you will then get a second opportunity to ask questions of the government's witness based on the questions that were asked by the board. So you can only ask questions based on the questions that were asked by the board. If the board did not ask any questions, then you will not have an opportunity to ask any questions. Ms. Hagen-Miller will have an opportunity after that, because it's her witness, to redirect. If she has to redirect questions of her witness, then she can do that. After the government has presented its case and rested, then you will have an opportunity to present your case, and you can present your case by calling witnesses. And then if you decide to call a witness, if you decide to call Ms. Lewis, and if the government objects to that, the board will listen to arguments, and then the board will make a ruling whether or not this individual will be allowed to testify. Okay. Any questions by anyone before we start?
None from the government.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Hagen-Miller, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes.
Go ahead, ma'am.
May it please the board. This case is about Sammy's Liquors selling alcohol to a minor and failing to take reasonably necessary steps to ascertain the minor's age before the sale. ABCA investigator Mark Ruiz will testify that on July 8, 2023, he arrived at Sammy's Liquors with an undercover minor for a compliance check. The undercover minor was born in March 2007, making her 16 years old. Investigator Ruiz will testify that he observed the undercover minor go into the establishment, pick up a can of Bud Light beer, and then head to the register. Once at the register, the cashier looked at the undercover minor's ID, stating her birthday of March 26, 2007, and then rang up the beer for the undercover minor to purchase. The government charged Sammy's Liquors with 2 violations. First, sale to a person under 21 years of age in violation of DC Code Section 25-781. Second, failure to take steps reasonably necessary to ascertain whether any person buying alcohol is of legal drinking age in violation of DC Code 25-783. At the end of the hearing, the government will have proven its case by substantial evidence and request that the board find in its favor and apply a penalty consistent with DC Code Section 25-830. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you wish to make an opening statement at this juncture, sir, or do you reserve until you present your case?
If you're referring to me, I guess
You, sir.
only one thing to point out, there are two allegations, and I think the second one shouldn't apply. I think it's called to take reasonable steps to ensure legal drinking age, and by the opening statement, Ms. Hagenmiller confirmed that Ms. Lewis actually checked ID, so she made her best attempt to assess the legal drinking age. It's just, I'll let her speak what happened exactly, but the second point I think is inapplicable here.
Mr. Sheehan, the burden is on the government to prove its case, and so the government goes first.
Okay.
And if two charges in this case, the government then has to present sufficient evidence for this board to make a determination. In your presentation, sir, you can make those arguments if you do not believe that the government has met its burden on both charges. So those are arguments that once you present your case and in closing, you can make arguments whether or not you believe the government has met its burden that your establishment committed the infractions that they were charged with, sir. Okay?
Okay.
Right. So you're saying so that was your opening statement, or do you have further to say before you present your case? And again, you present your case after the government has presented its case.
Yeah, that will be all.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Hagenmiller, do you have a witness you wish to call?
Yes, the district would like to call Investigator Mark Ruiz.
Mr. Ruiz, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but truth?
Yes.
Your witness, ma'am.
Thank you. Could you please state your name for the record?
Yes. Mark Ruiz, Markruiz.
Where are you currently employed?
The Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration.
And if I refer to the Alcohol Beverage Cannabis Administration as ABCA, would you know what I'm referring to?
Yes.
What is your position at ABCA?
Investigator.
How long have you been an investigator?
It's a little over 4.5 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities as an investigator?
To conduct inspections and investigations of licensed ABC establishments.
Now, turning to the case for today, are you familiar with the establishment located at 2725 Bladensburg Road, Northeast, Washington, D.C., Sammy's Liquors?
Yes.
How are you familiar with this establishment?
We conducted a compliance check at this location.
When did you conduct this compliance check?
Saturday, July 8th, 2023.
What does it mean to conduct a compliance check?
To utilize a undercover minor to enter the establishment in an attempt to purchase alcohol.
When you conducted your compliance check on July 8th, 2023, what time was it?
So it's probably 6:28 p.m.
What happened when you conducted that compliance check on July 8th, 2023?
So the minor was directed to enter the establishment, which she did prior to myself. I followed her into the store. The minor went over, selected the alcohol from the display, and then went to the cashier to present for payment, where the cashier looked at the ID, continued the transaction, and the minor ultimately left with the alcohol, at which time I followed and exited the store as well.
And what was the minor able to purchase at the establishment?
It was a 24-ounce can of Bud Light beer.
When the undercover minor was in the establishment, where were you?
I was located within approximately, I guess, I would say the center of the store area, where I could see her as well as the front end.
Were you able to observe the minor purchase the beer?
Yes.
What is the undercover minor's date of birth?
March 26, 2007.
On the date of the incident, how old was she?
16 years old.
After you conducted your compliance check, was there a regulatory inspection of the establishment?
Yes.
Were there any other violations found?
No other violations were found.
Did you complete a case report regarding your compliance check of Sammy's Liquors on July 8, 2023?
I did.
Would you recognize a copy of this report if I were to show it to you?
Yes.
And
Mr. Oriana, can you please give Miss Hagen-Miller an ability to share her screen?
Access has been elevated.
thank you. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
And let me know if at any time you would like me to zoom in onto the page. Do you recognize this document?
Yes. This is the incident report I wrote.
Is it, and before I go through the incident report, Mr. Chairperson, the district would like to confirm for the record that the government exhibit, I'm going to call it Exhibit A, the case report, the July 8th, 2023 case report for Sammy's Liquors is already in evidence pursuant to 23 DCMR 1713.10.
Yes, ma'am, you're correct. It is part of the board's administrative records that is already in the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Investigator Ruiz, I want to direct you to the second paragraph under the heading that says details. I'm going to zoom in. Looking at the third sentence, it says the UC standing for undercover minor, who is 15 years old, was searched. Here it notes that she was 15 years old, but you previously testified she was 16. Why is there a discrepancy in the reports?
There was a miscalculation of the age when her photos were taken.
And now turning to those photos, I'm going to direct you first to Exhibit 1. Do you recognize this photo, Exhibit 1?
Yes.
And then turning to Exhibit 2, do you recognize this photo, Exhibit 2?
Yes.
What is Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2?
Exhibit 1 would be the full body photo of the UC utilized at this establishment. And this exhibit number 2 would be our head and shoulder shot.
When were these photos taken?
Those were taken on the day of the compliance check, July 8th, 2023.
Now turning your attention to Exhibit 3 of the case report. I'm going to zoom in. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
What is this photo?
This is a photo of the UC's identification used that day.
Is this the same ID card that she used to purchase the beer?
Yes.
And what is listed as her birth date on this ID?
March 26, 2007.
Now turning our attention to Exhibit 4. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
What is Exhibit 4?
This is a photo of the 24-ounce can of Bud Light beer that the UC purchased.
Turning to Exhibit 5. What is Exhibit 5?
Exhibit 5 is the evidence transmittal form detailing the evidence chain of custody from the establishment to the office.
And under items 1, it says 24-ounce can Bud Light. Is that the same as the photo in Exhibit 4?
Yes.
Turning your attention now to Exhibit 6. What is Exhibit 6?
This is a sale to minor, sale to minor notification form that was completed on that day, notifying the establishment of the sale.
Lastly, turning to Exhibit 7, What is Exhibit 7 showing us?
That is a copy of the regulatory inspection form that was completed that day as well.
Were there any other violations found during this regulatory inspection?
No.
That concludes my questions.
Mr. Sheehan, do you have any questions off the board's witness, off the government's witness, sir?
The question's the only question. I don't know if it really matters. Yeah, that age miscalculation versus 16. Yeah, that's.
You're asking, if you have a question, you ask the question of the witness, sir, not of.
Oh, of the witness. No, I
Yes.
don't have any questions. Yeah.
Any questions off the witness by the board? Mr. Ruiz, whether or not the minor was 15 or 16, does that, what's the legal age to purchase alcohol in the District of Columbia?
21.
And is there a difference? And were you present, and is it correct that you were present in the establishment with the minor?
Yes.
And is it correct that I think the testimony was that the minor was searched before to ensure that there was nothing else in our possession? Is that correct?
Correct. Just the money and the ID.
And it's also correct that you personally observed the transaction that occurred in the establishment?
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Sheehan, any questions off the witness based on the questions that I asked?
No, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Short.
Forgive me, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Investigator Ruiz.
Good morning.
The copy of an ID that the minor produced to purchase the can of beer. Can you describe how that's different than a regular 21-year-old or someone of age to buy alcohol?
I think you're referring to a state license, state ID, where they're usually vertical.
That is correct. Please.
Horizontal. This day she used a United States passport card identification, which my understanding they don't do horizontal or vertical. She didn't use a state ID. It was a government passport ID.
Federal government passport ID. Correct?
Yes, correct.
And did you observe the establishment checking the ID when you were watching what was going on?
Yes.
And they read it and they still sold the alcohol. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Mr. Short. Mr. Sheehan, any questions off the witness based on the question that was asked by Mr. Short?
No, sir.
Ms. Hogan-Miller, any redirect?
No redirect for me.
Thank you. Mr. Ruiz, thank you very much for your testimony. You're free to go. Ms. Hogan-Miller, does the government have another witness to call?
No, we do not have another witness. We rest our case.
All right, thank you. Mr. Sheehan, do you wish to call a witness?
I would love to call a witness, Ms. Jen Lewis, who actually performed the transaction, just to provide her comments on what transpired that day.
Ms. Hogan-Miller, do you have an objection?
I would renew our objection. Ms. Lewis' identity was known before the hearing date, but not the establishment's intent to call her as a witness.
So how is the government, since if you stated that you knew of the identity of this individual, but you weren't aware that she would have been called as a witness. So tell me, how is it how would the government be harmed if this individual was able to testify today?
Without the proper notice that's required by the board, the government is not able to prepare for the hearing, knowing that Ms. Lewis was going to testify.
Mr. Sheehan?
All I can say, we're in this hearing, to be honest with you, this is my first hearing ever within this business regarding this matter. We had prior violations, but this is the first hearing. So, and I should have mentioned it in my opening statements, I guess, the goal for today's hearing is not say we're not guilty. The goal for today's hearing is to provide Ms. Lewis's perspective on what transpired, and by that, the goal is to probably to minimize the damage to the business. The reason being that we went back and forth a couple of times with Ms. Hagen-Miller during the negotiating term, and we couldn't agree on one of the points. And the goal, to be honest with you, for today's hearings is to eliminate one of those points being enforced on us. So I think Ms. Lewis has a valid point to bring up, since she was involved in prior similar incident back in 2020. So she just wanted to provide her comments on how she conducts business working at Sammy's Liquors, and how she ensures checking every individual's ID if an individual looks of a young age. That was the only what we wanted to get out of Ms. Lewis's testimony.
Any other comments, Ms. Hagen-Miller?
No.
Mr. Sheehan, I'm looking at the transcript from our hearing. So we had our status hearing on September 30th. And I am specifically informed you, because I think the parties were talking about settlement. And I specifically said, and just one thing I want to remind the parties, if this matter goes to a show cause hearing on October 18, 7 days prior to the hearing, the parties are required to exchange documents and witnesses that they are going to rely on at the hearing. And that was clear in the instruction that was given to you on September 30th, sir. So the government has objected to your calling a witness. I mean, you can testify, I can swear you can testify, but I'm going to rule, I'm going to make a motion that the board deny you the opportunity to call a witness. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, seconds.
Mr. Short, a second. The motion will have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. So therefore, sir, you can testify. I can swear you in, and I can swear you in, and you can state whatever. If you've stated whatever you state, I can swear you in, and then you can make whatever representation you wish to make. Okay?
That's fine.
So raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead, sir.
I can only try to relate what was written in that incident report that Ms. Lewis signed, and it was submitted to Ms. Hagen-Miller. As I mentioned earlier, we had a prior incident with Ms. Lewis selling to a minor. I think it was back in 2020. And since that incident, we got a warning for that incident. And since that incident, Ms. Lewis assures to check IDs with every individual who looks of a young age. And as stated in this case by investigator Mark Ruiz, that Ms. Lewis took reasonable steps to assure a person's ID. A good point was brought up that it was not your standard everyday ID that you look at selling liquor, or just simply seeing on a day-to-day basis, being it's not a driver's license, not a state issued ID. It's a passport ID card. And to be honest with you, that I haven't seen myself ever Sometimes I worked at the store myself behind the register. Frankly, not often enough, but I've never seen an ID like this. Again, it is a government issued ID. I understand that, but just to the point that it's not your everyday ID. The second point is Miss Lewis, unfortunately, sometimes require glasses in order to read up close, especially small numbers like that. And on that day, she forgot her glasses at home. And being over 60 years old, you can understand that sometimes she would require glasses to see certain numbers. So as it was explained by Ms. Lewis to me, that she genuinely believed 2007 looked like 2001 to her. So basically the last number 7 looked like number 1. That's why she sold. She thought that the person was of legal drinking age, and therefore proceeded with the transaction. Those were the only comments. The only other comments I said that Ms. Lewis has been with the store since we took over the business back in 2017. She's an example employee with one unfortunate incident back in 2020. And as I said, since that date, she takes all necessary steps to assure every customer's ID when she believes that customer could be of underage age, if you will. And all I can say that partially I probably take the blame on myself, because to be honest with you, I have to be more I have to more frequently come to the store to ensure the operations run smoothly, with it being checking IDs or anything else for that matter. But with everything what's going on with my home country of Ukraine and my relatives, I'm just preoccupied with that almost on a daily basis. So that's why I'm not able to attend the store every day. I come once, twice a week at most these days, unfortunately. Yeah, those were the only comments. And as I said, we're not arguing that we're not guilty. We're just, the goal was to try to minimize the damage and stay open, operating without any suspension, because ever since the pandemic was over, the business is not very profitable at all. So for us to serve any sort of suspension as offered by Ms. Hagen-Miller would be pretty much unsustainable. That's all I had to say.
Hagen-Miller, any questions of Mr. Sheehan?
A couple questions. So Sammy's Liquors is a liquor store, correct?
Yes, it is.
And as a place that sells alcohol, you're obligated to follow the ABCA laws and regulations.
Of course, I assume so.
One of the laws is not to sell to someone under 21 years old.
What are the laws? I'm sorry.
Is not to sell to anyone who's under 21.
Yes, 21 is a legal drinking age, and we're not allowed to sell liquor to any individual who is under 21.
Another is to check the IDs of people who come into your store before you sell alcohol to them.
Yes.
And in checking that ID, you need to check someone's date of birth.
That is correct.
And in looking at that date of birth, you need to determine whether they are 21 years or older.
That is correct.
And all these obligations extend to your employees as well.
Yes.
No further questions.
Any questions by the board members? Mr. Sheehan, the question I have for you is that you stated that this employee was given a warning for selling to a minor in 2020. And
yes,
now,
I think it was 2020 or 2021, but around that time, yes.
So what type of training did you provide this employee to ensure that this doesn't occur again?
Oh, we discussed this on a personal basis. We made sure that Ms. Lewis will be taking all necessary steps to assure legal drinking age. And as I stated, I think this case proves the point that I think back then in 2020, Ms. Lewis failed to check the ID of one of the persons who looked, to be honest with you, over 21 at that time. But we made sure that Ms. Lewis checks IDs of every individual who's even slightly looks underage. And this case proves that she tried to identify the legal drinking age of the person. It's just, as I said, it's an unfortunate coincidence that she forgot her glasses that day, and 2007 looked like 2001. And to be honest with you, I mean, we're all human. Sometimes when you serve hundreds of transactions per day, miscalculations happen, as proven by Mr. Mark Ruiz miscalculating age of the person, 15 versus 16. So sometimes those things happen with us too. In this particular case, it's not a miscalculation. It's a simple site underwhelming performance, if I may call it that way, that day. That the number 7 looked like 1. I guess that little top tail of the number 7 didn't appear to catch Miss Lewis's attention. So 2007 looked like 2001, and 2001 makes that person legal drinking age, and that's why she proceeded with the sale of can of beer.
This was a check that our agency does, sir. And routinely, you sell alcohol. How many days a week are you open, sir?
7 days a week.
And what are your hours of operation?
On a Monday through Thursday, it's 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. And then over the weekends, Friday and Saturday till 10 p.m. And Sunday is a short day, 12 to 6.
Right. So you're open 7 days a week for several hours a day.
Yes.
And ABRA came to your establishment in 2020 and saw that in 2020, and you were selling alcohol to a minor, and ABRA came to your establishment in 2023, and you're selling alcohol to a minor. So in the 3 years that ABRA did not come to do a check, sir, how do we know that your establishment is complying with the law if we came randomly to your occasion twice with an obvious minor? Whether or not she's 15 or 16, it's irrelevant. Because, so if Mr. Ruiz says that she's 16 and her ID says it's 15, Mr. Ruiz would be giving you the benefit of the doubt to say she's 15. She looks older than 15 or whatever her age is, sir. So I guess I guess my position to you, if we're not at your establishment every day, and if in 3 years we've been to your establishment twice, and at least from the record I hear, and if twice you sold alcohol to a minor, what assurances are you providing to this agency that when we are not there for the 7 days a week that you're open, for all of the days, all the hours, that you're not selling, and especially you're stating that how business is, because of the pandemic, that business is slow. What assurances you're providing this agency that you're complying with the law, sir?
Right. The only comment I can provide that's from what I recall since 2020 through 2023, there could have been other, I don't know if it was ABCA checks or it was simply underage customers trying to buy liquor, but we had at least 5 occurrences where underage people tried to purchase liquor at our establishment, and our employee caught that underage status of those individuals, and they brought it to my attention. We refused to sell liquor to those individuals, but then again, I don't know if they were ABCA checks or if they were just regular underage customers trying to buy liquor. But those occurrences have been brought up to my attention, and not only by Ms. Lewis, but by my other cashiers as well.
Have you, sir, received any letter or a letter from ABCA, to inform you that we did a compliance check with a minor and your establishment did not sell alcohol to the minor? Have you received any notification from ABCA that this occurred over the last?
No, I was not even aware that ABCA is supposed to submit those type of documents, but good to know. Yeah.
So what this says, sir, is that we have not done a sale to minor check at your establishment, and your establishment has not sold to a minor. What this says to me, sir, is that the both times that we have randomly done, we have, and I'm asking these questions because you have basically stated that we committed the violation. You're making arguments to say that was what the penalty should be, and that's why I'm asking these questions. So therefore, what this says to me, sir, is that the two times that we have randomly done a compliance check at your establishment has sold an obvious minor alcohol. So but again, I'm just asking, since you have stated that that your establishment has committed the violation, so you're appealing to us on the penalty phase. I mean, that was what you stated here. So therefore, I'm not making a decision about whether or not you're guilty or not, because you have admitted that your establishment is guilty of the violation that did occur. And so therefore, you're asking the board to be lenient in the punishment or whatever punishment that the penalty state. All right.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions by any of the board members? Any questions of Mr. Sheehan, and I'm sorry, I keep on have to look at your name, Miss Huggenmiller, of Mr. Sheehan, based on the questions that were asked by the board.
No further questions.
Do you have any clarification that you want to provide to the board, Mr. Sheehan? I'm still going to give you an opportunity to do a closing statement, but if you had an attorney representing you, then it's like I'm giving the attorney an opportunity. So say for example, I put you in a box and you didn't really have an opportunity to provide the explanation. So do you have this is an opportunity if you want to explain whatever it is further you had just answered to the questions I asked you, sir.
To be honest with you, I don't think I have anything else to add. Yeah, besides the point that yes, we've reiterated 100 times since the last occurrence in 2020 that we have to check legal drinking age. And again, which we do, it's just an unfortunate coincidence that happened that day that 2007 looked like 2001. And again, it doesn't relieve us from the responsibility. I understand that, but, and by the way, we consulted with an attorney regarding this case. We stated our opinion, we stated our position, and attorney recommended that just to represent ourselves in this case, since yeah, there would be no need to. That was their recommendation. Like, you don't even need me in this case because you're not. Yeah.
Well, Mr. Sheehan, I mean, you're doing a good job in representing yourself, sir. So I'm smiling because I'm not although you're doing pro se, you're doing a good job in representing the interest. So whatever information was given to you by the attorney, clearly you are following that advice because you're doing a good job in representing yourself, sir. So I'll hand that to you. Okay. All right. All right. So we're at the stage where Ms. Huggenmiller, do you wish to make a closing in the sense that what is it that you want the board to do?
Yes, a short closing.
Go ahead, ma'am.
May it please the board. There is no factual dispute in this case. The establishment sold alcohol to a minor. The government has also proven its case by substantial evidence that the establishment has failed to take reasonably necessary steps to ascertain the minor's age before the sale. You heard from Investigator Ruiz. He worked with an undercover minor to conduct a compliance check on Sammy's Liquors. You saw a copy of the undercover minor's ID, who was born on March 26, 2007, making her 16 years old on July 8, 2023. Investigator Ruiz observed the undercover minor go into the store, saw her get a can of Bud Light, and then go to the counter to purchase the beer. And when she was at the counter, the sales clerk checked her ID, and though she was under 21, sold her the beer. You also saw a picture of the Bud Light that was sold to the minor. And lastly, the establishment admitted that that they sold alcohol to a minor. The establishment tries to skirt its violations, saying that the clerk was not wearing her glasses at the time and mistook the date on the ID. That's not a defense. If the sales clerk needs glasses to properly see a patron's date of birth on the ID, then a reasonably necessary step to ascertain a person's age is wearing her glasses. The government has proven its two charges. First, that Sammy's Liquors sold alcohol to someone under 21 years old in violation of DC Code Section 25-781. Sammy's Liquors violated this code section when it sold beer to a 15-year-old. Second, Sammy's Liquors failed to take reasonably necessary steps to ascertain whether any person buying alcohol is of legal drinking age in violation of DC Code Section 25-783. Sammy's Liquors violated this code section because its sales clerk failed to wear her glasses, which she needed, and then subsequently failed to properly see the patron's age or calculate her correct birth date before selling her the beer. Thus, the government requests that the board find in its favor and apply a penalty that is consistent with DC code. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Sheehan, what is it that you want the board to do today?
All I can only hope for the minimal penalty that you can impose on our business. As I said, we don't mind. Yeah, if it's a fine, so it is what it is. We have to pay a fine. But if it's a license suspension and we have to be closed for a prolonged period of time, as I said, ever since the pandemic is over, the business is not very profitable at all. So it's not, unfortunately, a sustainable way for us to maintain our business. The only other fact that I forgot to bring up, ever since the 2020 incident
Objection.
happened.
I know if you're a non-lawyer in your
I
case,
understand.
you can't bring
Okay.
new things up, but I'll give you a little leeway, but you can't really bring new things, new arguments in your closing. So.
Oh, it's not an argument. It's just a comment. Yeah.
So you can't, if you didn't bring it up before, you can't bring it up in your closing. Your closing is just wrapping up the case to show what it is that you proved, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. So yes, as I said it earlier, we're not arguing that we broke the law in this particular incident. My only argument is that we did take all reasonable steps to assure drinking age of an individual, and that being the fact that Ms. Lewis checked that individual's ID. It's just the fact of mistaking 2007 for 2001 occurred on that day. So I hope the board makes the right decision in this case. Thank you.
All right. This matter is now closed. So I'll bring this case to closure. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 23CC 00012 Sammy's Liquor, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 23CC 00012 Sammy's Liquors for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Hanson has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 5-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much for your presentation today. The board will take the arguments under advisement and will issue a decision within 90 days. Have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye. And we're now at the end of the board's morning calendar. And so let's do our agenda items for the day. And the first agenda item is our legal agenda. The first matter on our legal agenda is the review of a settlement agreement dated October 3rd by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2C and 202 Lounge, license number 125294. Make a motion that we approve this agreement with modifications. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato,
Hanson
second.
will second.
Mr. Cato, Ms. Henson, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review of a motion for continuance dated October 5th, 2023, filed by the respondent in case number 23-251-00015, Shaw Howard Deli, license number 095169. I make a motion that we approve the request and now this case and approve the new date is November 8th, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. Is there a second?
Ed
Jenny
Grandis will
Hansen will
second.
second.
Mr. Grandis and Ms. Henson second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 3, review of a response to reinstate canceled license dated October 10th, 2023. The license was canceled on September 20th, 2023, pursuant to board order number 2023-472. This is Mariachi Lounge, license number 122495. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny
Grandis
Hansen
will
will
second.
second.
Ms. Henson, Mr. Grandis has second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 4, review a settlement agreement dated March 3rd, 2020. By review of a settlement agreement, March 3rd, I believe that it's an incorrect date, so I'll ask that licensing correct that. But it says a review of a settlement agreement dated March 3rd, 2020. I believe that should be 2022 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2B and Manor Phantom, license number 099536. I make a motion that we approve the settlement agreement with modifications. Is there a second?
Mr. Short,
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 5, review request to extend protest petition deadline dated October 3rd, 2023 for Dos Torres Taqueria, Taqueria, license number 125171. I make a motion to approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny
Ed
Hansen will
Grandis will
second.
second.
Mr. Henson, Ms. Henson and Mr. Grandis has second the motion. We'll have a roll call here. And Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. And number 6, Review of the request to extend protest petition deadline dated October 13th, 2023. This is for Amaska, OMAKASC at Barracks Road, license number 1258827. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. I want to go back to number 4 on our legal agenda, and I stand corrected. Number 4 on our legal agenda, the agenda is correct. Review of a settlement agreement dated March 3rd, 2020 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2B and Manor/Phantom, license number 099536. So the board had voted to approve the settlement agreement, but the date of the settlement agreement is correct as published on the legal agenda as March 3rd, 2020. Okay. And we are now going to do our licensing agenda. So let's do our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda, I'm sorry. All right, so I need to read these, unfortunately, because they're not all approval. All right, so the first matter on our licensing agenda, review application for stipulated license with letter of ANSYS support for a new ABC license. Mary Bar and Grill, license number 124927. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Hawthorne, license number 099603. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Jenny
Bob
Hansen,
Cato,
second.
Mr. Cato, Ms. Henson, a second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. And number 3, review application for safekeeping of licenses for Master Liquors, license number 074594. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 4, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Quillex Restaurant and Lounge, license number 114288. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen
Cato
will second.
seconds.
Mr. Cato, Ms. Henson, a second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 5, review application to extend safekeeping licenses. This is Ziegfeld's Secrets, license number 078663. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis to second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 6, review application to extend safekeeping of licenses. This is for Dancing Crab, license number 090297. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Henson, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 7, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Dancing Crab LLC, formerly Tenley Grill, license number 117245. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Ed
Jenny
Grandis
Hansen
will
will
second.
second.
Mr. Grandis and Ms. Henson, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 8, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for District Still, license number 102521. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis
Cato,
will second.
second.
Mr. Grandis and Mr. Cato second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 9, review application to extend safekeeping of licenses. This is for L Street Market, license number 079164. I make a motion to approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Jenny
Grandis
Hansen
will
will
second.
second.
Ms. Hanson, Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 10, review application change of hours. This is for Marte Bar and Lounge, license number 125774. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 11, review application for entertainment endorsement. This is for Marte Bar and Grill, license number 125774. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 12, review application for sidewalk cafe endorsement is 14 seats. This is for La Chaumiere, CHAUMIERE, license number 0000850. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato, second.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 13, review request to renew the storage facility permit. This is for Anxo Logistics LLC, license number 23SC 01146. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. Number 14, review request to allow Q for the People LLC to serve as corporate paymaster for alcoholic beverage purchase from wholesalers and manufacturers for the license. And this is for the Federalist Pig, license number 105172. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby
Jenny
Cato,
Hansen will
second.
second.
Ms. Henson, Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 15, review application for the carrot and delivery endorsement. This is for Duke's Grocery, license number 092298. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Henson, a second. The motion will have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 16, review request for disposal permit to transport unopened alcohol beverage inventory to the sister location, Swingers, located at 1333 New Hampshire Avenue. The license number is 114545. This request has been made by Swingers Crazy Golf, license number 119013. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis, a second. The motion will have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. Number 17, review request to remove the game of skill endorsement from the license. This is for boardroom license number 088106. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Henson, a second. The motion will have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 18, review request for an extension to complete renewal due to processing delays in the Clean Hands process and request to waive late fees. This is for DuPont Market, license number 021578. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, a second. The motion will have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the board, the second supplemental licensing agenda. Review application for stipulated license with letter of agency support to operate with a new Class C license with Summer Garden and carrier delivery endorsement. This is for Filamento, PHILOTIMO, license number 126255. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second. The motion will have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. All right. So let's move to the cancellation agenda. I'm now taking up the cancellation agenda for discussion and vote by the board. On the cancellation agenda, there are 6 items on the cancellation agenda. I move that the board approve the application to cancel the license for the 6 establishments that are listed on the October 18th, 2023 cancellation agenda. Do I have a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis, and I agree. The matter passed 5-0. So we now move to the results of the medical cannabis licensing agenda. And I have to read these also. All right, so on the first matter on our medical cannabis licensing agenda, review letter of request from attorney Rod Woodson to withdraw application for board-approved transfer of ownership with sale for medical cannabis dispensary. This is for Columbia Care, Inc. and Creso Labs, Inc., license number 117373. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes. 500. Number 2, review application for safe use treatment. Review application for safe use treatment facility endorsement. This is for National Holistic License number 117378. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis and Mr. Cato second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 500. Number 3, review of social equity license application for conditional manufacturer license. This is for Tango Hotel Charlie, license number 126547. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 500. Number 4, review of medical cannabis license application for conditional standard manufacturer license. This is for House of Pink, the second LLC, license number 126422. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato and Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 500. Number 5, review of medical cannabis license application for conditional standard manufacturer license. This is for Green Cross LLC, license number 126412. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 500. Number 6, review of social equity license application for conditional cultivation tier 1 license. This is for Go Greens Farm and Greenhouses Inc. License number 126545. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, Mr. Grandis, and Ms. Henson have second the motion. We'll have roll call here. To our roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 500. That was number 6, right? So number 7, review of social equity license application for conditional cultivation center tier 1 license. This is for CANNAPROPHESTSI, license number 126550. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 500. Number 8, review of social equity license application for conditional cultivation tier 2 license for Siri Echo LLC, license number 125651. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny
Cato
Hansen will
seconds.
second.
Could you try again?
My phone is listening on my conversation. Mr. Cato and Ms. Hanson second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 9, review of medical cannabis license application for conditional standard manufacturer license. This is for Zati LLC, license number 126250. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 10, review of a medical cannabis license application for conditional standard manufacturer license. This is for Capital Craft. License number 126213. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 11, review of the medical cannabis application for conditional standard cultivation tier 1 license. This is for District Flora LLC, license number 126483. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. Number 12, review of a medical cannabis license application for conditional standard manufacturer license. This is for Power of Plants LLC, license number 126485. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Henson, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 13, review of medical cannabis license application for conditional standard cultivation tier 1 license for Cultivated DC LLC, license number 126515. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 14, review of a medical cannabis license application for conditional standard manufacturer license for Cultivated DC LLC, license number 126516. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. Number 15, review of medical cannabis license application for a conditional standard manufacturer license. This is for Gorilla Hydroponics LLC, license number 126525. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Mr. Cato and Ms. Henson, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. Number 16, review of the medical cannabis license application for conditional standard cultivation tier 1 license. This is for Gorilla Hydroponics LLC. Excuse me, license number 126526. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. All right. So, all right. So we have the board temporary license and 1-day substantial change docket. On this docket, there are 28. I'm now taking up the board's board temporary license 1-day substantial change docket for October 18th, 2023. On this docket, there are 28. There are 28 applications, and without objection, the board will, I'm going to make a motion that we grant all of these applications. The only change that I will make on the calendar is for number 23, I'm sorry, on the agenda for number 23 for Regmo Pro Holdings Inc., which is a pub crawl, is that the board, we are approving the pub crawl, but it's only for, it's a conditional approval for 1,000 participants, but all the other 28 applicants on this application, the board will be voting to approve all the applicants on the board's temporary 1-day substantial change docket on October 18th, 2023. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0-0. We now move to the board's licensing administrative docket for Wednesday, October 18th, 2023. On this docket, there are 48 applicants on this docket. I move that the board approve all 48 applications on this docket. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato
Jenny Hansen
seconds.
will second.
Mr. Cato and Ms. Henson have seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0-0. And so we're now at the end of our agenda items for the morning. And the board will, I will direct the board members to, I want to thank all members of the board who participate in our hearings today, all members of the public who participate in our hearings today. I'm going to direct that all board members return to executive session for further action, and the board will come back to its public calendar agenda at 1:30 this afternoon. So board members, please report to executive session, and we will come back to the public hearing at 1:30. Thank you very much. Have a great day. We're on the record. We're back on the record. Good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson, Chairman of the Board. Joining me this afternoon are four of the board members, Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Jenny Henson, and Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with this afternoon's hearing calendar, I want to make a couple of things very clear to all the parties. There are 3 cases on our afternoon calendar for this afternoon. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance in the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. And this afternoon, our first case this afternoon is the fact-finding hearing. Cinema Beverage Holding Company's West End Cinema Beverage, license number 100805. Mr. Oriana, can you elevate the rights of the licensee in this case?
I see the licensee listed as Michael Fant, but I do not see Michael in the waiting area. I put a message out asking if anybody is here to attend this hearing.
What about Equinox Sports Club? Is there?
There is Nick Sullinger Equinox. I can elevate.
All right, so let me call a fact finding hearing for Equinox Sports Club, license number 96730. So I'm gonna move over cinema and go to Equinox, and whenever the person is there, they can identify themselves, and then I'll call that case. So please elevate the rights of parties in Equinox Sports Club, please.
Sure thing. Luba Senatorova, your access has been elevated. Jeffrey Winehouse, your access has been elevated. Nick Sullinger, your access has been elevated. Tara Summers, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chair.
Thank you.
It won't unmute. Should have.
You are unmuted, sir. I can hear you. So if everyone has a camera, can you please turn your camera on?
I apologize. This is Luba Senatorova from Equinox. One of our participants, Jeffrey Winehouse, he's saying that he cannot unmute himself.
All right. Well, Mr. Oriana, can you please give Mr. Winehouse and unmute him, and Miss Centaurirova, I apologize. Can you turn your camera on, ma'am?
I just sent Jeffrey a request to unmute.
All right, yes, I can now see you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah. No, only the IT people. Oh, you're unmuted.
Hi. Why don't you mute yourself, ma'am? When I please only unmute yourself when yes, thank you.
There you go.
Do you have a camera, sir?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I'm trying to do that now. My apologies. Oh,
All right, fine. All
I
right, so let me have the
apologize for that.
That's fine. So we'll have the parties identify themselves for the record, but please spell and state your name for the record and your affiliation with the establishment. So I'll start with you, Mr. Winehouse.
Yes,
Please.
sir. Yes, sir. Jeffrey Winehouse, Jeffrey Weinhaus. I am the president of Equinox.
Miss Sentorova.
Yes, good afternoon. Luba Senatorova, Vice President of Entitlements for Equinox.
Tell your name for the record, ma'am.
Luba. Last name is Senatorova.
I have a court reporter, so that's one of the reasons why I asked everyone to spell my name for the record. Miss Summers.
Hi, I'm Tara Summers, Tarasomers. I'm the manager of food and beverage.
Hi, everyone. This is a fact-finding hearing. There was a request from the establishment to extend safekeeping of the license. And the board is just trying to gather some information to find out where are we. The license was in safekeeping, has been in safekeeping for a while, and we're just trying to get some information about what is it that is, where are we in getting this license back in circulation, and how long would it take for this license to be back in circulation? So who wants to speak?
If I may, Luba Senatorova, I can introduce our efforts so far to try to resume our operation, and the other members of our team are available to answer question or supplement my my testimony. So this liquor license was placed in safekeeping in November 2021. You know, obviously we were all recovering from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, its closures. The pandemic itself affected our main business, which is a fitness club. The restaurant with the liquor service is actually an ancillary operation to the fitness club. So both obvious establishments were closed because of the nature of their operation, and there was a long recovery period with lots of restrictions and additional requirements, as well as, you know, financial hardships that we have suffered during the long shutdown. So those particular reasons and circumstances prevented us from resuming the operation. We were able to resume our main operation and activity, which is health and fitness club. However, the restaurant and the liquor service have lagged behind in that effort. However, we have never rested on this. We reached out to about a dozen of different reputable operators of food and beverage, which we wanted to have responsibility for food preparation, service, et cetera, because it's not our prime kind of like expertise. Some of our negotiations went forward pretty extensively and deep to draft agreements. Some didn't produce any meaningful results for various reasons. Sometimes it's the operator's financial concerns on the operation, or particular requirements for the physical condition of the space that we could not provide, utility requirements, et cetera. So unfortunately, we have not been able to secure a long-term reputable operator for the food and beverage over the course of almost 2 years. And I can name I can list the names of the companies that we reached out to throughout this process. It was Territory Foods, Ritz-Carlton. By the way, this building is within Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Above us, the restaurant itself is on the second floor. The club is on the second and third floors. Other potential operators that we were in touch with were Erin One, Mighty Meals, Foxtrot, South Block, Clean Juice, Pure Green, Pinsa Love, Body Energy. Body Energy was one of our last, outreaches in, in summer of this year, and we were in the process of drafting the agreement with them. However, they pulled away from this agreement for their business circumstances. Most recently, as a matter of fact, like a couple of weeks ago, we have started negotiations and conversations with a Shake Shop, an operator of food and beverage, who are interested in the space. And so these negotiations are currently underway, and we hope that they will produce a result that we all have been looking for. Overall, I think the reason for the difficulty is mainly the location of the space, which is on the second floor. It doesn't have a ground entry, primarily serving the members of the club, of the fitness club, although the services of restaurant and bar are available to non-members of the club. But again, since there's no outdoor advertising of this establishment, it's very difficult to create substantial amount of customer base and sustain a revenue to operate a successful business. So that was one of the reasons the operators were a little bit reluctant to take over responsibility. But again, we're hopeful that our last communication and our last contact would be the final step in our long-term attempt. So we're looking for a possibility to further extend our safekeeping status of the license, so we can conclude negotiations and perhaps soon have some sort of a schedule of reopening. Obviously, the space has been closed for 2 years, so it would require substantial renovation just to, update all the infrastructure, utilities, and equipment, etc. But once, we have an operator, we'll be able to provide a more detailed schedule of our potential reopening. So this is like a brief discussion, the brief presentation of our attempts to reopen and resume operation. I'm happy to answer questions as well as the other members of our team.
I guess one of the questions I want to ask you, ma'am, is like, so who operated the restaurant prior to its closure?
It was Blue Cafe. So the name of the establishment was BLU, Blue Cafe.
So just explain to me again, what is the business plan for this? So explain to me your business plan or your business model.
For the restaurant?
For the restaurant, yes.
Tara, do you mind giving a brief overview of what?
So right now, like Luba said, we're in discussions with Shake Shop, and the business plan is for them to activate the cafe operation at Sports Club DC, as well as the restaurant and bar. So it'd be a full service restaurant, bar, and cafe.
So you basically hold the license, and you look for a vendor to come and operate. So that's the model. That's what I meant. So that's the
Correct.
model.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Short. I think you had a question.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in today and explaining to us why you want us to keep your license in safekeeping. But I must ask, it's well known the hotel's been in for many years, so the hotel has a certificate of occupancy. But do you have a separate occupancy, or are you operating under their umbrella?
We do have our separate certificate of occupancy.
What does it state?
Oh, the certificate of occupancy. One quick second. The certificate of occupancy states physical culture, fitness, club, health services to include accessory massage area, beauty parlor, accessory restaurant with seating of 112 people, 9 massage tables. So this is our other ancillary services.
Okay, so right now, is the massage services in the club functioning, or you're completely closed?
The fitness club, the massage are functioning.
And you're looking for an outside vendor, a third-party vendor, to come in. And so where are you with that right now? With any talks or any contracts, or have any papers or anything been drawn up?
We are
Well, as I
in current
mentioned,
negotiations.
sorry, go ahead,
Oh, sorry.
Tara.
I was just gonna say, we're in current negotiations with Shake Shop, and we have an agreement being drafted. So yeah, it's in progress, the agreement.
I know these things are kind of fluid, but do you have any idea when the contract will be drawn or accepted, or and when it is, can you please forward that to us as the board? And if that's going to happen, what expectations or what expectation dates should this board look forward to extending anything for you without at least a contract? Or you said it's been 2 years, and I know as a board we want to work with you. We want to keep businesses functioning, and we know how well that hotel does there in that area, Foggy Bottom. So, um, give me a ballpark date. Anything anywhere close to what you guys will, other than what you gave us last time.
So we're hopeful that we'll have a contract for Sports Club DC in the next month. And like Luba said, there will need to be some construction and renovation to the space to get it up and running. But if we are approved for this 6-month safekeeping extension, we're confident that we can provide a more firm timeline on construction schedule and opening schedule.
Well, just please consider this. This board can extend it, but it would only be to early in 2024. So by that time, which is relatively close, do you think you'll have something for us by early in 2024, January or February or March or somewhere in that area, stating that you're a little further along in your process?
Yes, very confident we can get that to you early 2024.
Okay, that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions by any of the board members? So as stated by Mr. Short, if this board was to grant the safekeeping, it would be through March 31st, 2024. And I guess as Mr. Short says, it doesn't appear to me that even if we're to grant this extension, that this license would be in operation by April 1st. That's a correct assertion? Is that correct?
We would work towards that date of getting it open as close to March 31st, although we don't have a firm timeline set right now.
No, I guess what I was saying is that even if we're to grant the extension, and if you have to come back to say ask for another 6 months, what is it that you believe? That's what I'm saying, because I think you're saying that if you're to sign a contract, there has to be renovation. So I guess if there is renovation, you have to apply for permits from the Department of Bigs, since if you're going to do extensive renovation of the space, since the space has been unoccupied for 2 years. So I guess that's why I'm asking the question, that even if we're to grant the 6 months, what's the expectation that on April 1st, 2024, the business, whatever business that you're in negotiation will, that this restaurant would open?
Well, I think if our negotiations proceed fast enough and within the next 30 to 45 days, we have an agreement with the operator, we can then start applying for required permits, create design documents. Obviously, there'll be purchasing of equipment. So all will depend on the lead time of the finishes of the equipment. It's hard to project now what those times could be. Some of them are, a couple of months, if it's a special finish tile or a light fixture. Some could be fast. Also, a lot will depend on the turnaround time to get permits, subsequent inspection and sign-offs from the health department, the building department. It's very difficult to, predict whether or not by April 1st everything will be constructed, renovated, inspected, signed off. Obviously, if it happens early, we can always ask for the safekeeping to end and return the license. We're hopeful that it happens before the expiration of the 6-month extension, if we're lucky to get it. But as I mentioned, a more concrete schedule will be available to us once we have the operator and we identify what specifically needs to be done to the space, and then create a very detailed schedule. There's a possibility everything will be completed. We may be in the final stages of final inspections by April 1st of next year. It's very possible.
Now, so let just be a little bit more specific. What type of renovations do you anticipate the space would have to undergo?
There'll be probably required a replacement of floor tiles, wall tiles, light fixtures. The cooking equipment, the kitchen has to be upgraded because ovens and grills are a little bit outdated. Obviously, refrigeration equipment, etc., etc. There might be additional plumbing fixtures required, depends on, again, the menu and the offering of the operator. We hope what we have there is sufficient, but if additional, infrastructure is required, additional power, etc., or water supply, we hope not. So those are, the main area. The HVAC and the exhaust system may have to be upgraded to meet the current codes if there have been any changes to the code since the original construction. So, but I would say it's HVAC, plumbing, finishes, FF&E, and equipment. So those are the things that will likely have to be replaced or substantially renovated.
I see there's a Nick, someone on the, is there another person you want to speak? I don't know. I saw there's another name on the screen that just popped up. Is there someone else that is on your team who needs to speak?
I'm sure Nick can add if.
Sir, can you identify yourself for the record?
Sure.
Sir, are you in, hold on, are you in the same space as someone else online?
Excuse me?
Are you in the same space as other? I'm getting feedback.
Got it. Okay.
And I'm hearing the noise in the background where you are, sir. So we need to change.
Yeah, it's an open office. Let me find the space that is free right now.
And because I'm a court reporter, so all of that is, and I'm getting the feedback too. So.
Is it better?
It's a little bit. Can everyone else mute their lines, please? Can you just spell and state your name for the record?
Sure. My name is Nick, N-I-C-K. Last name Sullinger, S-U-L-L-I-N-G-E-R. Director of Operations at Equinox. And I'm here to support Luba and Tara. They have all the information we would have. So unless there's a specific question, maybe about operations for the fitness club, Tara and Luba are the best people to answer those questions for you all.
No, if you have anything you want to add regarding the space that was not added before, you're welcome to add, sir.
I have nothing more to add.
Anyone else has any other comment? Please mute your line, sir, please, Mr. Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you. I was on my last line of questioning what I was trying to get to, and this board has before done this with other people in your same predicament. Produce some board drawings, any kind of a contract with the food vendor, any kind of documentation from the Department of Buildings, or in other words, right now you're still up in the air after 2 years. You really haven't got anything concrete. Just the fact you had a contract or a proposed contract or something, at least prior to March, as the chairman was saying, the date. If extended today, it would be due again March for another renewal for you to stay in safekeeping. So what can you produce for us as soon as possible as far as drawings, draft of drawings, contracts with other persons who would help you with your food and whatever. So it's any way that could be done within the next couple of months or so.
Yes, very confident we can get a contract to you sooner than later, and then we'll work on the drawings and all of that and share it with you.
Okay, the contract that you're saying, who would that be within?
Shake Shop.
Okay. So even the proposal that that you're in talks and it's going well, at least I'm just one board member, but I think the other board members would pretty similarly think the same way. But produce something, because in the last 2 years, you haven't produced us anything like that, have you?
We have not provided any documentation, although we could have provided draft agreements that we had with other vendors, but those were not submitted. There was no. This is the first fact-finding hearing, but we can provide the draft that we had with the previous operators if it's important, although they were not executed by either party. Or what Tara is saying, that we are confident we can have an agreement with the current potential operator Shake Shop in the next 30 to 45 days. And that will be our first step in then starting the drawings, construction documents, and schedule of next of the project renovation and reopening. So definitely by early next year, before the next hearing, we will definitely have the contract. And as I was saying before, we might even have permits in place, or even construction underway, or potentially even at the end of the construction with like final sign off. So we'll be able to produce a lot of documentation in terms of our finish line to complete this project and resume the operation. We're confident we can provide documentation, solid documentation, by the next due date.
Well, I'm
sorry, Mr. Short, go ahead.
Okay, I'm very familiar with the area there, and I had 2 daughters born across the street at Columbia Hospital when it was operating. So I know the area quite well, and I used to work at the fire station up the street. But help us help you, and it sounds like you're on the right track, and we can get some documentation. I can speak for my voting, but you have to convince the board that what you're saying you're going to produce, and I think we can work with you. I'll just check and see what the other board members think after we finish talking with you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Short. I think what Mr. Sharp was saying, I mean, when requests are made for an extension, especially for a place that's been closed this long, you need to provide the board sufficient information so we will know what has been going on in a sense of you trying to bring this license on board. And so if the board was to grant the 6-week extension through March 31st, 2024, and if the license is not going to be in operation on April 1st, and if you have to request another extension, I think what Mr. Short is saying, this is the information that you need to provide the board. So we will see that you're actively trying to bring the license on board. And that's the purpose of hearing today, because we were out in the dark, because all we have is a request the license has not been utilized for 2 years, and we have no idea why this license has not been brought on board. It's a CR license, so it's not necessarily, you can easily get a restaurant license in the city. I think for the most part, if one was to apply for a restaurant license, it would not be without endorsements. Let me say it this way: for the most part, if you apply for a strict restaurant license without endorsements, I don't think any neighborhood, it's unlikely to be protested, because folks in most neighborhoods, people are happy to have restaurants. Anyway, I'm going to bring this here into a close. Any final statements that you want to make? I'm
Mr.
sorry, go ahead.
Chairman?
You have a question you want to ask, Mr.
Yes, thank you. Just so I have a full understanding of what you all operate, you operate a health club, correct?
This is our primary business. Yes, that is correct.
I'm very familiar with the ones in Miami and Miami Beach, so I would imagine they're pretty much similar facilities.
Not exactly. This probably is like 5 times larger than our typical clubs in Florida or elsewhere. Going back historically, what happened with this location and a couple of others, this was an acquisition of the Sports Club LA. So prior to, I think, 2011, the space was known and operated as a Sports Club LA business, which we acquired, Equinox acquired, and inherited all of their operational characteristic, the facility. So the size of the facility is not a typical Equinox. Of our over 100 locations in the country, there's probably only 4 and 5 that are of this size, over 100,000 square feet, with a basketball court, with a swimming pool, and large facilities. So it is a little unusual for a typical Equinox, so atypical, and none of the smaller Equinox fitness clubs have restaurant and liquor. Only these larger facilities that we grandfathered from the business that we acquired.
That's where I was heading with my question. So if I were to join for a membership, in that package of amenities as a member, is this restaurant or ABC license in, something that is an amenity to the members of the club?
It is, but it is open to non-members as well.
Yeah. So the reason I raised that is because I know we've had a lot of questioning about getting us drawings and getting us draft, agreements, but I would imagine you all are working hard on that side to get these things done, because I would imagine before the pandemic, the members you had probably used the ABC aspect of their membership and the restaurant. So I think you all are probably working very hard to get this space filled.
Absolutely. This is a nice additional revenue that we certainly would like to add to our business model. Aside from the general public and the members of the club, I believe the hotel residents also have access. They have access to the club as well as the restaurant, the Ritz Hotel residents.
The pandemic has upset the apple cart for the whole industry, both on the health club side, which I'm sure you had a lot of onerous obligations to meet your members, as well as on the restaurant side. So I'm confident that y'all will be back in front of us with some very positive news, and we look forward to you all being able to get reopened to provide the services you do. So thank you for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grandis. Any final comments before I bring this matter to closure? All right, hearing none. The board will take this matter under advisement and will issue a decision on when. These are the options from the board. The board will either agree to the extension, and if the board doesn't agree to the extension, then we would have to have what's called a contested fact-finding hearing if we decide that we're going to cancel the license. So it's either The decision will be either to extend the safekeeping request through March 31st, 2024, or to have another contested fact finding hearing where the board would take the license, so would attempt to take the license away. But based on what I'm hearing today, I don't believe the board will go that way, but so therefore we'll take that matter under advisement, and we'll let you know shortly what our decision is. So thank you very much for being here today, and good luck in bringing this license back on board. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
You're welcome. Bye-bye. I want to recall the fact finding hearing on West End Cinema Beverage license number 100805. Mr. Oriana, is there anyone online for this case?
Negative. There is no one online for this case.
That's fine. Okay, this matter was scheduled for. All right, so the board will take part and will act accordingly. The next case in our calendar is another fact finding hearing for Aslan Beer Company, license number 118555. This hearing has been rescheduled to November 8th, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. We are now at the end of our calendar and all our agenda items for the day. So if there's no further business, I'm going to close our hearings for the afternoon. As chairperson of the Alcohol, Beverage, and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on October 25th, 2023, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for October 25th, as published in the DC Registry on October 20th. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, a second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. I will take a roll call vote on the motion before it's known that it's been properly seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on the electronic calendar and ABCA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the members of the public who participate in our hearings today. I'd also like to thank our board members who also participated in the hearings today. And with no further business, we are now adjourned. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further development. Good afternoon. Thank you very much.